Test, test, test. I forgot to connect my mic. Oh my god. Do. I forgot. Indeed. Let me put something on here. What's good? Just Genshin. Okay, anyways, I just want to go over the talking points for tomorrow. Also just to verify our positioning because we have sort of changed since. I don't remember when. I know it was like before this year, so it's been at least like 3 full months since this was being planned. Sorry, where is my thing? I'm looking at the wrong server. Hello, George. Where is my potg thread? I think it's here. Oh, there you go. Right. Shit. How do I present this? I guess it would be nice if my website had like a text box somewhere that I can type and do shit on, but I guess I'm gonna use a Visual Studio Code real quick just to hold on to the information. Come on, bro. Nice lag. Edit message, grab everything, put it in here, push this over here. Nice. So this is the stuff that we already have. DTB edit one messages here. Right. Yeah, some very abstract questions. One from uni. One from Kirio over here. And music is DDoSing me. Test. It's kind of loud, I suppose. Just for that one split second, and now it's quiet again. Oh my god, I swear to god. Tentative is go ahead due to Q2. Officially being pushed back. That's not really a problem. And then George's final question that was added, which was this. So let me see here. Nope, don't save it. Don't need to save it. Minus 20. Okay, check. So, the last time we were doing this, I believe we were just kind of stuck on in terms of colors and render, which we kind of still are, but like the difference being that currently the issue is less of a sort of being afraid of coloring, being afraid of rendering, and more of just a not really sure what we want to do at this point, right? Because depending on what you want to do, if you're drawing manga, drawing illustration, drawing simple stuff with or without background, there are changes how you're gonna approach the whole thing, or the whole art thing. So I would say like my position currently is more of a not too sure about sort of these kind of things, like this specifically, I would guess. So I'm just gonna go through the list here, I guess. I guess I maybe should have gone through the Japanese messages before. I think this was translated for me. Let me check. Yeah, this is when you send a message, I copy and pasted it. So originally, the message was more about like, can you edit something that I have? But then I believe during the communication there was a little bit of a like they were more worried about sort of copyright and stuff like that, which is a very interesting take, right? So they would rather, instead of adjusting what I have, I think draw something of their own or something. Oh, shit, man. Okay. I need a second here. I need to read the email chain between the manager, which I don't think is that important. It doesn't have a lot of content. Um, but I'm just gonna make sure that there isn't anything that I missed, right? Oh, shit, it's a lot of messages. 届いております。OK。ます。OK。これは OK。This is like all the payment stuff, I think. This is also the interaction thing. Okay, okay, okay. So we are okay to go ahead and make video. We are okay to present the stuff that is presented to us, but we would need to let them to take a look first, which is what I suggested. This is the scheduling sequence. これは、作例に関しては立ち上げを見せよう。ただこの時に描いたイラストは個人扱いたいので、参考に送っていただく必要ではなく、簡単にリクエストを。Yes, so instead of drawing again like what we have drawn as a demonstration, I think they wanted to draw something original. So the effort isn't wasted on drawing something that they didn't technically have I guess the ideological, like the idea rights to it, because if they drew exactly what we drew, then it's kind of like a copy of what they have, right? More of a fan art situation rather than an original situation. Which, by the way, I realized I should probably bring it up, but because I swapped the entire new computer now, I am not even sure if I have it. Sorry. Oh my god, it's a bit of a mess, as always. I think we drew it as part of what? Which one? What was it even? I can't remember what it looked like. I think it was the Urara piece, was it? It was this one. So rather than doing this again, I believe we establish a simpler idea, which I believe is over here. So, no, it's not that. Right, it was this, right? So rather than drawing Haruurara running on this road, we're gonna draw, well, she is gonna draw a girl playing with her pet in an empty park, which would share the same elements of dirt, grass, and also sky, hopefully. Possibly trees and some other elements. So that's kind of how it is. And then some other communication. Right, before it was going to be a public thing, like we were gonna do it on stream, but then because they were worried about the background noise and also dogs barking, because she has like 1 or 2 dogs, I imagine. I remember. And so it became a one-on-one. That's how we are doing. That's why we're doing this one-on-one. And then when we do make a video, there will be no, her voice will not be included. なしにお願いして収益化、そう、monetization is fine. ついては先ほど確認が必要ため押さえていただけますと、具体的な、so this is about talking. So in terms of like stuff that we want to talk about, I think she wanted it to be limited entirely to just this one piece that she will be drawing. Anything else, because of the fact that it might be for clients that has NDAs, she doesn't want to talk about it, and we just shouldn't ask. But so on my part, I'm just not gonna ask anything that's outside of basically this demonstration and what I did, right, and my own personal experience, and just sort of more abstract experience related stuff and art related stuff, not anything specific to a specific piece. So unfortunately, I think any of those type of questions, unless we can find similar artistic elements, like for example certain materials or poses or composition ideas in this one piece that we're drawing, if not, it wouldn't be discussed. And then this is the meeting setup. That's fine. This is fine. What else is there? Schedule. 明暗など絵に関する質問を当日答えるか、事前に軽く共有しておくか。Actually, you know what? I am supposed to get like something beforehand. I wonder if okay, it's not included here. I need to read the other message. Hello, Uni. So the email side, I think the email chain is probably fine. There's like 30 something emails being exchanged in the past. But then I'm just confirming some other communications that I did before we start talking about all the exactly how this is gonna go down, because I'm trying to remind myself as well. 事前にお送りしたご質問内容。So this is when we first had the call, right? The call lasted 34 minutes, and then at the 7-minute mark, I sent the list of the question that I had. Following that, I believe okay, so the conclusion is, I believe, this section here. So it's going to be done Saturday for Japan. Sorry, Sunday for Japan, which is Saturday night for me. It's gonna be about 3 hours. It's kind of interesting because we're gonna do like I think 1.5 hours first, and then she's gonna walk her dog, and then we're gonna do like the. Oh, okay. So she is gonna make some edits to the Haru piece, right? And then do some explanation, so on and so forth. Ask some question back and forth, right? So this is, I'm just gonna write this down. Okay, I'm gonna write this down because I think I might want to make some notes about the adjustments here. Yo. So 3 hours. So this is the what do you call it in English? Critique. Primarily this, and then this would be the let's do it like this. So example, speed paint. So previously we were more worried about sort of rendering. I guess the rendering technique. I think specifically the rendering details and stuff. And then there's also the colors as well. So same thing, it would be the details of like how to choose. Now pretty much it's the same thing. Oh my god, this stupid ass music is going loud and soft and loud and soft. I need something more consistent here. No, it's very distracting. And more of this. Sorry, I'm trying to get back up to speed here. So previously, okay, so this was what I was talking about before, right? Previously, we were more worried about sort of specific details of how they do certain things, which is still what we're here for the most part, right? Because that is what they're best at, their own technique. So that is probably what we're focused on, and that's what the whole lesson is structured to do, right? So the critique here specifically would be the same kind of thing. So what kind of color would you change? What kind of rendering would you change? How would you do certain things and set certain things up, right? So for example, like, so how would they do the process, materials, colors, etc. And then example speed paint is basically the same thing, right? It's the same thing. And that's in relation to our previous questions before. However, now like the the situation hasn't necessarily changed too much, but the difference is that rather than being like too scared of coloring or too scared of rendering, right? It's more of a, because those things before was like more painting related sort of fears. Now it's more of like a direction thing and more about like sort of the behind the scenes of art, I guess. BTS as in behind the scenes, by the way. So it would be like, for example, like why art? Like what is beauty, or like story slash emotion, reason. I guess this is the same thing as this. I'm gonna just take this out. Oops. And then also adjacent to all this, there's like the other questions, like for example the one that Unique suggested, which would be anything that got them more traction on social media and stuff like that. I think more adjacent stuff rather than specifically technique and that kind of choices. So let me see here. So this is rendering related, color related. First impressions, any intuitive. This is kind of both, I guess. It could be both. It could be both. So this is more rendering, specifically rendering. This is specifically rendering. This is specifically the process, which is still very technical. Right, copying brushes and stuff, also very technical, still rendering. So this is more technical. And this is more motivations, I guess. More like emotional, I guess. I don't know what to call this. And then there is the other adjacent stuff. So on top of this, that's like the adjacent social media. It's only for me to write this out. I'm doing this because I want to lay out the information in my head, like spatially. It's a bit easier to reference tomorrow when I need it. And then for the demo, this is still the same thing. Time efficiency, this is not necessarily... so let me see. I'm going to classify things here based on... What you feel about when she gets stuck? This is an interesting question, George. I don't know. This might be like a fourth category or something. So... the technicals... 2 spaces tabs? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Color slash render slash technique slash process. Okay, this is ridiculous. I cannot do I cannot do this. Literally unreadable. I manage time efficiency over set period. So this is maybe not necessarily process. No, the art process versus the adjacency sort of time management process. More like this, I guess. Yes. Process, I suppose. This is redundant. Okay, I'm just trying to group information here. The better I can group the information, the easier it is tomorrow when I'm talking about things, because I can, I know what's gonna come, what else I need to talk about here. It's like presentation preparation. I remember in the past I would purposefully leave information out of my presentation so I know what the teachers and the evaluators are gonna ask. That's how you score points. But anyways, unrelated. So general. Well, that means everything actually. That works for me. Colors wise, we're not specifically talking about anything here. Where is that one line about the what? Did I delete it by accident? Where'd it go? Oh, here. I mean, sure, yeah, that is a general sequence here. So general about everything possible. And then over here would be specifically about renders. And then specifically about the process. So what happens when you get stuck? How do they manage time efficiency? So this is more logically ordered, I think. So general workflow, how often, how much do they work? And then what to do when you get stuck versus social media. Social media kind of come first, I guess. Well, it depends on what the stuck is. This stuck, I think, for us is more of a directional stuck. Rather than... actually, George, you can confirm this. Because you can get stuck in multiple things, I think. Like, you can get stuck when you're executing, like, a render and be like, oh, you know, what happens when you're stuck and you don't know what to render? How to render it? Or you can get stuck because your social media stuff isn't getting traction. Then what do you do when you feel like you're not growing and stuck in that way? Or you can also get stuck because motivationally, direction-wise for your art, you're kind of not sure what you want to present. So there's like 3 different stucks here. If I remember correctly, this stuck was us in the context of goals. So I guess we're stuck over here. But we can also have a stuck... Sorry, this is not process. This is more adjacent. And then direction. I mean, this kind of inherently baked in stuck. Because what do they got them traction? This will inherently answer the stuck question. I think it'd be interesting about increased managed time. How do they choose or create brushes? What happens? How will they separate forms? So this will also be what do if stuck and not sure how to render. So it's what to look for in studies. I think this would be a very interesting way to see how they basically break down. Do I have time to ask everything? Probably not. It likely would not have enough. My muscle memory is I see this dot, I'm gonna press Ctrl S. But it's unlikely we would have enough time. But how do I say this? If I have all the information on hand of like the questions that we want to ask and what kind of category they falls under, it becomes a little bit easier for me to make decisions on the fly because I will know, hey, you know, based on the way that she answers question. Like there are people who like are very efficient with answering questions. There are also people who are like my manager, repeats the same thing about 3-4 times, even though we are on the same page. So I just need to figure out what kind of person she is and what kind of topic we're talking about, how the conversation flow is going, and then naturally present certain different ideas and bring the conversation somewhere else if we need it to be. I don't think there'll be enough time to answer everything, which is all the more reason why I think we should probably just put all the things on the table here and see which questions are the most important. And then I'll try to guide the conversation along, which is kind of like the whole point. Because the base is already covered, right? The base of color, render, and process is already covered. We're gonna get information for that regardless because of the fact that they have presented they're preparing a lesson plan. Also, I was told last time when we were talking about it, but they will have a lesson plan and they will go through this lesson plan in terms of, hey, for this question that you have about technical rendering, this is my answer, and they will show you a demonstration. So, but in doing so, we will already get those information. And if I deem that it's not really that necessary to really dig into it, I will just say that, hey, I get it. I understand, right? We can move on to the next thing. And then we can try to drive it a little bit faster to get to more of the questions about process and stuff, which I think is probably, how do I say this? It's probably more worth. It's a bit weird, I think, because like if you're talking to an artist, getting to know their specific process for their style is also something that only they can answer. But then in our case, we can kind of see the process a little bit. It's not necessarily the most complicated process. We're not talking about like Arknight's level where there's 3D being blended in with photo bashing, with a whole bunch of textures and stuff like that. So it might be more worthwhile to ask more about like certain processes or certain things that only a professional artist would really know. Because for me, this will be the first time we're interacting directly with someone in this position, right? You could argue that like other professional artists could answer the same thing, but this is also our first artist. And given that the style isn't necessarily the most complicated, I think this might be a good balance going forwards. And specifically for myself, because of the change in sort of situation here, I feel like getting to know more about this part here is kind of my main goal for myself, is to understand their motivations. Because I briefly mentioned this, like, I forgot it was like last week or this week, but after going through like so many different styles over and over and over, this stupid ass page that I have, right? After going through the 5,000 images over and over and over, it has come to my attention that like maybe potg doing what she does at this point in time is actually kind of where I need to be. Alright, I want to do a lot of things. I want to do different backgrounds, I want to do complex setups, I want to do character design. But then where I need to what I need to be doing is to do more of what she is doing, which is just a simpler illustration with a self-contained story. And yeah, like we're not talking about like being too caught up with really like hardcore render quality. We're not caught up with like hardcore design with composition and stuff. It tends to be pretty simple compared to a lot of the other stuff that I have on this board, right? I don't know why that is there, but like something like this, I think is where I want to be, right? Where I should be right now, in order to really get started. So I think this would be my own personal focus, to figure out why is it that she is on this path, and why is it that this is what she does instead of anything else. Instead of drawing manga, for example, right? Why not manga? So let me just write this down. So after all, looking at a bunch of different art styles, etc., etc., what she does appears to be the most relevant. So simple rendered illustration with self-contained storytelling, not too worried about hardcore character design, composition design, render / detail / noise complicated, right? So why does she do this? Why this form of art and not manga? What are her original... Well, original sounds a little rude, implying that maybe she have changed her goals to make money or something, but you know, what got her started, right? What got them into art is precisely the whole point. Plus personal goals, and so personal as in not career, but not career / monetary, but more story / self-actualization. A lot of the wording here is a little bit rougher around the edges, right? Like, not career moment. I will find a way to present this nicely. So yeah, that's kind of it, I think, for this current stage. So essentially what's going to happen is critique on the Harurara piece. She'll walk her dog, and then I will probably consolidate information, and then we'll do a speed paint, and then my new sort of, I guess, the main thing that I want to focus on would be what I just said. Is there anything else that I want to focus on? Because we already have render, we already have color. We have stuff like social media and building a following, building a community, also already being addressed. I am not personally that sort of focused on that part, as you can tell from the fact that I'm not uploading anything onto my Twitter. So I probably don't have a good idea of what else can be asked in that regard. So if anyone else has any other question with respect to social media, Yeah, Uni, if you have anything else as well, feel free. Hello, Maxi. I am mostly looking at direction. I'm mostly looking at so what happens if what am I feeling right now, right? Recently we're just kind of a little bit lost, you know. So what happens if so this stuck. This stuck about question here is interesting because they like current Sitch tired, not really too inspired, not sure what to draw slash present. Nothing feels very personal or emotional. So any similar experiences? Because I imagine in her line of work, this should, you know, this probably happens pretty often, right? Because like you're constantly being hounded by editor to draw something that you're not necessarily personally very, is what I would like to think, not personally very sort of invested in. Maybe it's a taboo for them to say stuff like this. Right. Also, I do have to be very clear. I think, like, so there needs to be a line drawn here. So there's likely gonna be some information that I cannot share. Maybe because like the thing is just very personal. Maybe it's because there's something that she doesn't want to be out there for whatever reason, right? Of course. So there might be things like that I might not be able to share. But otherwise, I think everything else is pretty over on the table here. They don't draw a lot of fan art trends, but they still have a following. I see. Okay, that's a really good point. That's a really good point, actually. Where is it? Ah, here. I guess this is maybe just under direction then. Adjacent is like a weird word because everything is kind of adjacent. So, not really going for trends slash famous characters slash memes slash fan art, but still a very strong following. Would this be because of their sort of maybe other work pieces? Wait, what? How did my keyboard just instantly swap to Japanese? Or just right timing or consistent posting? I'm going to not lead, by the way. All of these things I'm just is meant for myself. I'm not gonna suggest answers just so that she can answer for herself. Sometimes when you lead with information, you kind of limit the stuff that you get because people just start confirming with you instead of necessarily thinking about the stuff. I think this question was sent. Was it sent? No, it wasn't sent. So yeah, some of these questions, especially if we need them to think on the spot, I think I'll just leave it as open-ended as possible. I'll just have some stuff for follow-up questions. Other than that, let me see. What else is in the message here? Hey, live drawing ではプログラム。であっても著作権及び使用権を OK. It's very interesting because in the communication, she was very clear that the piece that she wants to draw, she wants to have all the rights to it. I can really see the sort of line of thought for, like, I guess professional artists. It's always about the rights, right? The rights to use it, the rights to commercialize it, and so on and so forth. Because I am technically paying for this this session here, I guess she wanted to make it really explicitly clear on paper in the agreement that I claim no rights to this piece of art that she is about to draw for us, that we can use as part of our presentations and videos and stuff, but she reserves the rights to sort of all of it otherwise. And then the original plan is that if after the sort of the planned presentation stuff is over, and if there were more time, then that's where kind of these extra questions would come in. I might have to preface I'll try to get more of these questions answered rather than the more technical stuff. Because with enough nodes, we can reverse engineer. I think we're completely fine on that. I mean, we can already kind of reverse engineer. It's probably just the brushes that we don't have, and some decision-making choices with respect to sort of details, composition, the balance, as well as the colors being chosen. But otherwise, I think we can deal with stuff like layering and whatnot. But 調査から寄せられたアート関連の質問について自由ディスカッションをできれば考えております。撮影終了後必要な映像がある場合は Okay. So we're gonna get some more materials from her when it's done. Oh, I should get it actually beforehand. Actually, I asked for it beforehand. So just in case there are like terms that I don't understand, I can Google it first. But what time is it right now? Actually, now this might be a good time. Now it's Saturday. 1 p.m. What 2 p.m. I think it is. So if I'm not sure if we'll make a video, by the way. So what's happening is Monday I'll just present it like how we're doing it right now, right? It'll be a more interactive Q&A session. If that were to be a video, it will be after that, right? Because I want to make sure that the video is understandable, which after the first pass, we will have more information and better ways of presenting certain ideas. But what if a video actually gets made? I think that is not very sure. I'm not very sure about that. Actually, I might want to be more upfront of this. Depending on what they're expecting from our end. Up to now, there's been a lot of talk about sort of making a video and monetizing it. So I think from their side, they might be expecting it and maybe hoping for more publicity as a result. But I'm not 100% sure if that is actually going to happen. That being said, I would love to make a video. There's nothing on my side that's against making it. It's just that if we were to do it, it's going to be... I'm going to have to take some days off stream, I think. There wouldn't be any time otherwise to make it. But anyways, so... And then some money stuff. This is some other money stuff. What else? So she said I forgot something. And then, okay, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all of the existing information. I don't have any other thing that comes to mind at this point. Actually, I saw something. I saw a YouTube short today. And I remember just before I started streaming, I was like, oh, I should add this to the question list. And I forgot. And now I forgot what it was. And I don't know where the YouTube short went. What was the YouTube short about? It was like some rendering thing. Oh, right. It was like a... Oh, I remember what it was. Can I find it? Surely I can find it, right? Why is it not in my history today? What? これか? Ah, これだ. Let me mute my tab here. So, where'd it go? What? Ah, here. Anyways, this is like one of those nonsense where you have everything done and then you're just stacking a layer upon layer, putting a hard mix and then changing to color mode, and then setting some opacity and then getting more colors in like this. I was gonna ask, like, you know, what she thought about stuff like this, but then there's like no point because she's gonna present her workflow, so we're gonna see it from start to finish. I mean, that's what I'm expecting anyways. So yeah, I imagine like we will know her stance on this just from what she usually does. So not really too big of a deal. Anyways, if you want to, you guys want to see this, I'm just gonna send it. Anyways. Actually, this is also probably a little bit important, is expectations here, because there's a lot of cases in the past where I'm expecting something going into something, but then because things were not as expected, and I'm caught like super off guard. There's a lot of stuff I end up missing, just because I'm not aware that it was even a possibility. So I'm just gonna write down some expectations, and then when the expectations are not being hit, I can reevaluate and see if there's any other questions that I need to add on the fly there. But Uh, so I'm expecting the information to be available, not necessarily presented. As long as I can see it, it will be fine. Yes, thank you, Uni. I need to clear the line for well, but the line needs to be established first. I need to sequence the sequence first. That's interesting. But the sequencing is here. Oh, but I guess this is very rough. Yeah, I mean, like, really speaking, they all need to clear sequencing, but like, it's not very. Right, this here is the sequencing. Anyway, this is the kind of planning I do sometimes. It's not like I'm going in with a checklist, by the way. I'm not going in with a checklist. What I'm doing is I'm just highlighting the points in my head, and I'm setting up the expectation like manually inside my head. So what happens is that when on the day itself, as things get presented and checked off, you sort of get a feeling for how many things on the list is checked off, even if you don't manually actually have a list. And then at some point, the sequence will clear, and then I will know that, hey, this list is like 80% hit, or like 70% hit, or like 90% hit. And then if it clears enough automatically, I don't have to think about it. If it doesn't clear enough automatically, I'm just gonna go back and be like, oh, okay, did we talk about this? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then what else did we miss? And then that's how I sort of keep track of things, which is why like this way of doing things is just how I've always done it. But because it's not a very explicit list, it gets very overwhelming when I do a lot of things at the same time. This is why I get really burnt out at work, with work and then art and then all these other adjacent things. Is because they all have their own open sort of like non-physical well-defined lists kind of just sitting around. And they all started reporting issues at the same time. Well, they're gonna report based on their own purpose for existing. But when everything starts reporting, it becomes a huge mess. That's why I have to start aggressively clearing things off my list like we did before. But apparently this should be fine. We're close in entirety. And then most importantly would be the direction related questions. This is one conversation that I would like to have. I think specifically the motivations, I think. For why? So basically Q1, yeah, this is basically Q1, Q2, I think. Oh, God damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna bring this, where should I save this? I'm gonna dump it into the, I'm gonna dump it into Discord somewhere. Of course, like, this is pretty much it. Of course, if anyone still has any other questions before I move on to Uni's Daily there, please do feel free to let me know. Yeah, so we can add on to this list still, right? That's not really a problem. But otherwise, this is pretty much it for the planning as of right now. The bigger problem for me is that I need to do this in Japanese. So, that's on me. After stream or like before the actual thing happens tomorrow, that would be a whole different can of worms that I have to deal with. But otherwise, pretty good stuff. Oh, look at that. I was wondering if like I have this artist in my list. We do have this artist in my list. Look at that. Wow, look at that. I remember marking this as rendering reference today too. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Let me send the link here. Hello, George. Thank you, George. Yeah, I have an option, by the way, of going out and meeting my Japanese friend tomorrow. It's actually been on stream once, if you guys remember, quite a long time ago. But Dubai's dailies, uni. Yes, but I can actually go and meet him and then just have a conversation because he does art as well. So when I can present my ideas, I can present my sort of conflicts and questions and see if the nuances are captured correctly. They change the art style like every couple of months. Ooh, very interesting. Where's my stuff? Oh, it's here. Oh shit, yeah, okay. Yo, I dig this. Blocky shapes, vibrant colors, but not overly saturated, with a good amount of details, and also anti-alias turned off lines. Fire. Oh, this is also very cool colors. Anyways, I'm getting distracted, but let me see more. Actually, why am I not following? When I don't follow, usually it kind of means that if it's good art and I don't follow, it's either because that's not safe for work stuff. Oh, but right, they changed their style, right? So maybe in the past it wasn't the... This is kind of crazy. Actually, yeah, this is like a huge difference. This is a very distinctly huge difference. Going from something like this into where we are right now. Like, there's just like a huge jump here. Why is that, I wonder? Hey, do you guys see double right now? You guys see double? Sorry, what? Oh man, there's double. Just ignore the doubling. This is easier for me because now I'm on my tablet rather than being on the thing. But yeah, this is really good actually. I really like this anti-alias turned out lines. I guess I'm just really biased because I keep looking at my own stupid brushes. Well, the brushes that I use, not my brushes. Are they my brushes? I mean, just a square. Anyways. Very interesting. I wonder... I feel like the problem with this kind of big blocks usually tends to be like just having not enough colors. What am I talking about? Anyways, but in this case it looks like it's kind of just a one flat color. Or maybe it's like a very subtle grading. It looks more purple here and more gray here. Yeah, like what was I saying about not enough colors? Anyways, I just forget what I said about not enough colors. You can just gradient it in. Oh, this is really good. Yeah, that's really good. Actually, the lines here are... Oh, it's because of the lines, right? The lines have like that really saturated color. It's got a good balance between like black lines and that too. Because if everything were blue, then this would have felt a lot more sort of faded than it currently is. So we have like enough just black color lines to hold it, I guess, in like the important parts. Primarily, I guess, around the face, I would say. These parts, I think if it was just blue, it's probably fine. This part maybe would have been a bit problematic if it was like some other lighter shade of orange or yellow. Oh yeah, and these guys would not have as much of an impact, I think. These lines here. Very crispy. I wonder what the difference is between stuff like this and like pixel art, right? If you just draw with a scrap brush, is that not pixel art? Towards the bottom of shapes. Ooh. Oh, that's a good observation. The lines are also pretty thick too. Yeah, I'm still on the fence about it. Actually, what does potg look like with the... Yeah, this is so different. Same artist, holy shit. Same artist, by the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, how many styles did they have? I'm getting so distracted. Let me check out the potg lines real quick. I think we were here yesterday too. But not the most Not the thickest, right? The colors are also kind of straightforward on the lines. Details come from the rendering itself. Even the hair, oh yeah, it's like just a giant block. This is probably one of those airbrush, just like not airbrush, just block in shape kind of workflows. You know what? I kind of want to capture. I want to capture this artist's transformation through the different styles. I'm gonna do one bookmark each for all the different styles. Like this part looks like experimentation stage a lot. It's like a quick transition between all these different things. Hello, Toad Square. So you know that me on phone now. Okay. Wow. Okay. I've seen news about it on Reddit. And then people are saying that you can turn off Windows Update forever now. But then I went into my Windows Update thingy, and then you can only turn it off for 4 weeks. But yeah. Anyways, thank you for dropping by. Oh wow. This I also dig. This also looks really cool. Add to folder. Ah, I don't need that now. Haha. To completely stop Windows Update? I see. I'm a little bit wary against completely stopping updates just because of security issues, especially right now with the fact that like they don't really seem to know what they're doing. There's a bit of a dilemma, I guess. The updates can break your stuff, but you can also have like a serious vulnerability just sitting around because of a bytecoder. Put it in same one uninstall the driver that crashes it on. They call it crash on sleep. You cannot. Oh, there's no other way to disable it. You can't just like nuke it in the registry or something. There might be other ways to do it, but like I don't know off the top of my head. Holy dude. Audio driver. Yeah, I'm not familiar, I guess, with any drivers in at all, but like yeah, Windows, huh? Windows actually hang on a second. So I know it's going down, right? But like Windows has a like the stock has a channel going down, and it's at the bottom of the channel right now. So even though it's still trending down, it can potentially bounce off that support and go back up to like 400 here. And you can make a quick buck. But I'm just wondering if it went back up or not. It looks like it's not going anywhere yet. But yeah, like their shit is breaking left and right. It's so insane. It's a small dupe because of the way that the freaking things are set up. Just ignore it for now. It's just a weird quirk because it's capturing both the screen and this window. As a result, there is 2 of them. And I'm just gonna look at this stupid chart real quick. I find it really funny, by the way, because it went back to the same level. I put some money in here like a year ago, and then it went really high. But I thought it was just gonna keep going. I don't look at the stocks that often, and then now it's back here again, which is what I find really funny. But yeah, the Windows updates are really screwing them over, and OpenAI is also getting pounded recently, right? Because of all the various things. Where's the thing? What? Is it a 5th channel? I thought it was just a normal channel. Oh, it's here, I think. I don't know how you draw it in for this stupid thing. It's so bad. It's just like completely out of it. It's just completely out of it. 350, huh? Yeah, it's over here. It looks like it might go through. If it does, maybe like what, 335? Or like 300? If it goes back up, is what? Yeah, 400 looks about it. Maybe even just here. GG, Microsoft. Anyways, what are we talking about? Alright, I was just going through and bookmarking stuff. You can't deactivate it while PC is on normally. I did it before in sleep mode. In sleep mode? You can still use your Windows in sleep mode. Interesting. 50 different ways the PC crashes when I try to put it in a safe mode and slowly. Very consistent. Apple launched a cheap laptop and it's gonna eat off Windows customers. Right, it's just the fact that like gamers want Windows to run games, but then oh, safe mode, right? But like I've heard from my friends and my colleagues that it's they're kind of something that allows people to run games pretty fast now, pretty efficiently now on Linux systems. So Windows hole on that is also loosening. Oh, this is where we were before. How long ago was this? Oh wow, it's like 3 years ago. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, this is fire. I've never seen an artist change this many styles, this much, and this large of a variety before either. It's very cool. Oh, I really dig the colors on this one. What color is this actually? What? Oh, right. I was like, why is there another thing open? It's just pure gray, I see. And this is a little bit, just a little bit yellow. Oh. Pretty cool. I've never seen colors on the bottom of this triangle before. It's all at the bottom. The lines are what, like no tapering at all? Or is it like a very aggressive tape like this? Well, it's not that important, but wow, that one artist is able to it's kind of like just can help you study stylization. Oh, did I close it? What? Oh, what? I thought I opened image in new tab. I didn't? But I guess, okay. Although, to be fair, some of these looks like it's just like a rougher stage, right? They just haven't really pushed it till the end yet. Finished drawing it yet. But yeah, there's also very distinct differences here. Yeah, I'm not so like sure about all the triangle versus square thing. I only chose triangle because someone I saw a long time ago was using triangle, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna use triangle, and that's kind of it. Oh, my thank you, Yuri. Wow, this is kind of fire. Actually, that's interesting. Let me think. I wonder. So there should be a way to ooh, I should have a metric here for time. Because if I have a metric for time, I can see my own personal preference change over time. for in different aspects, for like color. It could be for color, it could be for rendering, it could be for stylization or like proportions and stuff like that. We can use like a time axis, actually. That's pretty cool. And then like specifically for this artist, we can see their style change over time. That's pretty cool stuff. Look at that. Many things to be learned from everything. But very cool. Very cool. Well, I mean, if that's all for like all the nonsense for the talking points versus as well as the I guess daily, I'm just gonna come back to this. This currently we are just trying to execute a paint on based on the color study that we did, quote unquote color study. All I did was I wasn't paying attention really to the actual colors, but anyways, either way. We want to use colors from here and put it onto the canvas right here. That's the goal, that's the goal. And then we just continue. Keyboard, and to shift my keyboard back, sorry. Feel more gray. Chainsaw Man feel. I'm not sure what feeling that is, but yes. Have a good night, Totsuke. Have a good night. Have a good night. Good. Where's my pen? Here. Yeah, no. But that was not part of it. Not really sure. It's fine. Take it out for now. Okay, we're gonna bring the blue onto the hands now. It is locked, right? Okay. What is this? Main? Oh. I haven't made it yet. How do I do this? Yeah, just airbrush it out. I think probably is the best way. So in that case, I wait. Any secondary on first? Oh, then I can do it now. God damn it. Oh wait, wouldn't it be? Oh, it would be the other side. Nice. Why not have one? Oh wait, I have these. Well. Thereabouts, okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Hello, Deemer. Hang on a second, guys. I got myself a bottle of Coke, but it's a glass bottle. But on top of that is from Mexico. I've heard that Mexican Coke, not the powder, just like the drink, Mexican Coca-Cola is more delicious because they use actual cane sugar rather than like some weird synthetic shit, which apparently is what the rest of the world get. So I've gotten it, but it's a glass bottle. I have to open it. I hope. Oh shit! Maybe here's not. Okay, I'll be right back. Maybe it's not the best way to do it here. Okay, it didn't blow up. Very cool. Not yet, anyways. What's it doing? Right. Let me taste this Coke and then I can continue. I don't know, it tastes the same. I don't know, it tastes the same. Yeah. And maybe like if you get like another bottle of Coke. I don't drink enough Coke to remember the taste. But if I have like one from here and one from Mexico, maybe I can find the difference. Also, by the way, apparently a bottle of Coke, 355 ml. What is this? Like 39 grams of sugar, which is your 30%, 39% of your daily intake. 39%. But then again, like Dr. Pepper was like 60%, I think. But that was a 500 ml bottle of Dr. Pepper. Anyways, I still like Dr. Pepper more, I think. Just because it tastes funny. It tastes a little bit different than everything else. Anyways, right. Well, I guess I don't really care. Okay, I'm just gonna do whatever. No consistency, zero consistency. Do not care. Dark soda. Oh yes, I know exactly what you mean. But I have a separate reason for why I can't do it as well. Is that my teeth used to be really healthy, but then I got I had like a cavity. Oh, root beer is also really good. Yeah, like a root beer with like vanilla ice cream. It's like the classic childhood drink for me. But yeah, I had a cavity in one of my molars for like a good like 4 or 5 or 6 years. It's never really been big of a problem. Like sometimes it hurts a little bit, and then I would just rinse my mouth with like a mouthwash. And because I don't really drink too much soda or sweets that often anyways, like it hasn't really been a problem. But then like eventually it got to the point where I'm like, yeah, you know what? Why not just get it checked out, right? So it wasn't causing me any issues. I was just like, you know, I should just get it checked out. So I got it checked out and I got it quote unquote fixed. But because in order to fix it, you have to drill a bigger hole, clean it out, and then freaking fill it back in. As a result of this process, the tooth became a lot more sensitive to all matters of things, actually. In the beginning, it wasn't even like cold stuff. It wasn't even cold stuff at all. It was like just physical pressure. It was like physically, if you eat something with that tooth, it will press it in and it will hurt like hell. And I found out later that apparently it was exacerbated by my sort of whitening toothpaste. So I can't use whitening toothpaste either. I have a giant ass tube of it sitting around because I can't use it. And then sodas kind of mess it up as well. Like kind of messes up the sensitivity as well because it does hurt the enamel. So as a result, like I have to drink all the sodas and stuff with strats. Yeah, I thought the dentist did a bad job as well. So I went to a different dentist, but he didn't say anything. Like it wasn't like a bad job. It was just, I don't know. Maybe it's a bad job in the sense that they dug a too big of a hole, but not like a bad job as in like they didn't fill it up correctly. Maybe it's filled up correctly. It's just really big. I don't know. I even considered the possibility that he did it badly, so that I have to go back to him and get a second fix. Anyways, ever since then, it's been kind of weird. Like for the most part, it's fine. It's completely fine, right? It's just like it doesn't hurt anything. But sometimes when I bite down, if I bite down really hard, the moment I let go, you get like this pain. I don't have it now though. It's very intermittent. I don't know why. The triggers, like I know the trigger, but it's not a consistent trigger. And it doesn't seem to be affected by anything else, so I don't know. Above my pay grade to know, I guess. Top secret. That's how they make the money. Controlling information. What? All of a sudden, conspiracy theory. But, yeah, it's a freaking fire alarm beep that happens. You know, like they sell those stupid ass chips that apparently beeps every, like, randomly, at random intervals, and it just sounds like a fire alarm. It's just meant to fuck with people that you don't like. Joke's on them. My fire alarms always beep. That's not true, by the way. Yeah, those things kind of suck. Everything sucks. Life sucks. Alright, what do I want here? I don't really know what is wrong with the color. I just don't really like the color. Let me merge the other hand color in. Oh, but this has a grade. Oh, man. This color doesn't look natural, so it's not good. This color doesn't look right here. Color is the problem. It's kind of interesting, right? Because the lighting is so orange, but like the sky is so blue. I guess it's being emphasized. I guess maybe I should go more white. I should desaturate this a bit, maybe. What the hell? Hello, the virus. Yeah, I don't know what color I want. I really like the orange and stuff. But I guess like it's because most of them are like red base, right? The sleeves are red, the war red. Are red? No, are red. The clothing is kind of yellow. The collar is kind of red. Hair is red. It's just this color here has this bit of light on there. But like, I guess maybe because the volume, like the amount of it is so little, it doesn't really mess your perception up too much. But we have a lot. I mean, we could still make it work, right? I'm sure. There must be a way to make it work. It just looks really weird. We don't actually have a bit of the skin that's lit by in this original reference here. And also the volume. The amount of skin is a lot more, so color balance is a bit different. Maybe just this orange is too much. Yeah, I can play around with this. If I desaturate this. If it's this orange, the skin wouldn't be this color either. The light on her collar is so harsh against the blue, but the illumination doesn't look so intense at the same time. Color? Wait, are you talking about the reference? Or mine? Also, I just realized, holy shit, the colors are so different on my tablet again. Then you find a ref. Ah, I see. You're right. Yeah, the blue over there is interesting. Wow. Okay, it's very different again. God damn it. Yeah, mine's a lot less saturated than that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and tune it on the. It's kind of okay-ish. It's just different. I don't have to produce the same thing, I just need to produce something. But if it's different, it's kind of hard for me to imagine. Value of the line is close to the value of the sky. I have no idea. I'm not processing. I don't really feel like it's that. Let me move this over here. I think the difference here is I really like the orange and blue contrast in the originals, but then the way this is set up, I don't know. We could have like more orange on the light, I guess. I'm probably talking about something different than what you guys are talking about. I am coming back to why I am not satisfied with what I have. Hello? Can you get the background out of here, please? I mean, I don't really want to do this, right? I just need it on the... I just need the stuff that's in the light to be more orange. Yeah, you guys are talking about the ref. And I was looking at the ref, thinking about what you guys are talking about. And then my brain just started going back to, yeah, it's because I want more orange. Which is why I don't really like what I have. I don't think it's not enough. It's got enough orange. I'm not very coherent today for whatever reason. Holy shit, I'm not coherent at all. It's more white than orange. It is true. It is true, I think. Because like the white clothes are also kind of wide. Yeah, maybe I just need to make the Terminator more orange. I think yesterday I was talking about the same thing too, I vaguely remember. But the lighting is strong-ish, I guess. It is kind of like pure white on the hair, like the lights. Color situation is pretty bad. You know what? I'm gonna add one more question to my stupid list. What tablet is she using? Because like this situation with this color being different on the two monitors is kind of getting out of hand. Uh, yes, I think maybe I start. Yeah, I understand that because of the way the composition changed and the lighting and the areas and all that. Inherently, I won't be able to replicate what I'm seeing because it's entirely different in terms of balance. Which is why I was trying to figure out what is it that I liked about the original, which was the orange against blue contrast. But because the orange and against blue was primarily generated based on like areas that has a local base color of red, it was a lot more natural for them to do it. As for us, it's just like, I guess, the skin. The wings don't really have a place in this orange setup, I feel like. This feels a little bit quieter. It feels a little bit more comforting looking at this set of colors rather than having this nonsense on. Because I guess this one feels like the lighting is very Very harsh and very colored. Why is there a gradient on this? Did I put a gradient on just now? Oh, I did. It's more sky color, maybe makes more sense. It's a bit more stable. I didn't have an IPS monitor. I tend to check it on my smartphone with more accurate screen because it's IPS. Oh, she. IPS, huh? No, it's an LED, IPS, and OLED. I remember I was buying a monitor, like looking into it, and then I forgot. I was like, yeah, this one seems fine. Just get this one. Just get this one. It's alright, mate. Alright. Maybe feel a bit more natural to look at. If I really want the orange, I guess the skin needs to be the main saturated area, and then the hair needs to drop. Where's my hair? Okay, I need to name the base layers here. Oh, this is the hair. This is skin. This is the hand. HSS, of course. This is the white parts. I don't know my screens, man. They need it for color accuracy. Which screens do you follow more? Yeah, like yeah, my monitor is really old. My tablet's really old right now. I don't think I trust any of these. Oh, you know what? Actually, this reminds me of a really tricky question. Because, how do you check color versus like when you're posting, as well as like the color settings for printing? Actually, this one here, I don't know if it's really that important to ask her specifically. I remember back when I was joining the Japanese university, they specified us to set the colors to CMYK because it's what's the word? They're gonna print in CMYK, so you might as well set it to CMYK so you can accurately know what you're gonna expect, what you're gonna get out of this printing after it's done printing. This color profile, I think it was. But I forgot which one they recommended. There's like multiple here, you can see. And it just vaguely changes the thing a little bit. So yeah, this one's it's all pretty tricky stuff. That's true, I guess. I guess whatever device is most common, right? Because at the end of the day, everyone's gonna be different. Like every device is gonna be different. So you just take the one that's most common. This makes a lot of sense. That kind of sucks though. Wait. I'm trying to suss this out because like I feel like so you should definitely check. I do agree. And that's a good way to go about it. But the other thing that I've always been thinking of was just that if I have an artist that I like and I just use exactly the same colors as them, I guess that will work as well. Because right now I am, yeah, because I did all the tagging based on what I see on my monitor. So the colors that I saw on my monitor was the one that I liked. But then now we're saying that this monitor might be kind of sus. So where does that leave my color evaluation thingy? Not sure. Anyways, probably overthinking it again. So as I do, as one does. As one does. Sure, right, mate. What? How do I zoom in on the navigator? I guess you can. Am I changing the color? Okay, what layer is this? Oh, it's the wrong layer the whole time. I need the biggest brains. Yeah, it looks kind of bland on my tablet, but it is what it is. And I like what I'm seeing on my monitor, and I think this should be the main one. Here's my wings. I should be more saturated though. What color are the wings actually? It's meant to be gray, I think. No, but hers is not that gray, because gray is taken care of by... No, but in this context, I think I would like it to be more gray actually. This looks like it should be the bright color, and then the darker color should be even darker, but then I didn't want the contrast to be that high. Now, let me just try this. Let's do a little bit better, I think. Yeah, this feels like a lot. It disappears that way. Ooh, maybe. I'm trying to think back to all the stuff I saw in my collection there. And there's a lot of stuff that I like that tends to have like brightness grouping, kind of, but like also with color grouping, kind of. Where like there's like this kind of haze above everything that groups certain areas together a little bit closer, kind of like that. In this case, I guess it's more like a glow kind of thing, like a bounce light, camera lens effect, possibly kind of glow kind of thing. Just wondering how I might do that. We definitely need some reflected light here. Might not be the right way to do it. There will be stuff at the end, but I think this is a little bit premature, especially for the stuff I'm putting it for. Like the reasons why I'm putting it in should probably be done here. Like if I were to bounce it off here. Ichigo. Careful, careful. بينا. Oh, I see. Because Naruhodone? This part makes no sense. そういうことね。Okay. I don't have any hints of direction going up and over here. That looks so weird. And paint it later. Yes. Sorry, Uni, I just saw your message. You're probably gone by now, but have a good night. Now that I think about it, isn't it kind of weird that YouTube Studio doesn't have like a notification sound for... Oh, but I guess if like people are chatting very actively, it's gonna spam me. But they could add a sound, a notification sound when like it's been quiet in the chat and then someone sends a message. That would be kind of helpful. I suppose we could make a bot that does that for ourselves. It's gotta be the metal pipe dropping .mp3. I don't know. Also, I also don't. All of a sudden, I started rendering the shapes. By the way, I wasn't even done with the colors yet, but I don't know what to do. Don't know. You what, mate? You what? Don't know. Yeah. The wings especially, I'm just gonna randomly put shapes in. Yeah, I gotta make the computers work for us, man. What? I think it's the only part of programming that I like, that you can actually use it to make your life easier. So like very, very actively. Oh, this thing takes like 5 hours to do manually. Just freaking write a script for that. Like get AI to write a script for that. Like, oh, instantly you have like time to play games all of a sudden. Look at that. Technology. The AI was 4. I don't know if I want it to be this noisy here. I just want something different. Just gonna nuke it afterwards again. Don't know what I'm doing. Never really thought about some of these shapes. I don't know. Yeah, the problem is when I drew these, it was just like big shapes, rough idea, but we never really figure out what the feathers were doing. But in any case, like I feel like that's kind of like how art is, right? Like, unless you're good at everything already, if not, like there's always gonna be something that is a problem. So really, the main problem isn't that you have a problem here that you can't draw this thing, but rather, well, my problem, not your problem, but is that I can never accept that some things are just not gonna be good. I think that's the problem. So I think what I should do here is just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Also, I should just save the rendering for actually rendering. I think like colors, right? Colors. Is that it? Is this what I wanted? It's very different. Right, I was talking about color grouping. Let me see if I can find something. I mean, this is the whole point of this, right? Like, is this already in my color sequence? Yes, it is. Let's go by values, I think, if possible. I need to add in the script for if there's a background or not. At the very least, it just needs to be smart enough to check if the background is like completely white. If like the pixel in the top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right corner is all white, I'm gonna assume that white is the background, and I'm just gonna delete it from the consideration. Or like have a marker that says white background, has empty background or something. That would help a lot. This right here is still very useless. As you can see, the color grouping is all over the place. I'm hoping for, I think like the stuff that strikes me a lot is colors that are very cohesive like this. They're very clearly sort of pulled together. Those are the kind of noise colors. Especially this kind of red slash orange. Right now here is like kind of reddish. High contrast is also really nice too, right? But high contrast is not what we're going for at this point. And also, even if it were high contrast, I would like maybe for like just one area to be high contrast, unless it's very specifically graphic design like this. But otherwise, if it's like a whole piece kind of thing, I'm trying to see if we can find anything. I know there are plenty of them. It's just that relative to like the couple hundred that we have here being shown, it's very, very minimal. But like stuff like this, where you can see like the bottom of the image. Even just like by grayscale is, I guess, it kind of looks the same, but I'm not sure if it's actually the same. Let me see if I can. But like if you just tie down the hues, right? It's very specifically grouped together at this bottom here. Like they're within 30 and 40 here, but I guess it's not really saying too much. They're very close. And then the purple comes in. So what is the problem here? The problem here is it looks really boring. I think number one, the colors don't pop. The original popped for me. This one did not, or rather does not. So that is a problem. The original had like this nice blue against the orange. We have a lot more colors in the bright side, so in order for that to work, the background kind of has to take over that sort of blueness, and then the skin has to take over that thing, the orangeness. Keeping it just in the subsurface scattering, I think, is not enough. I think we have to make the light a bit more orange then. Kind of like this actual photograph. Yeah, kind of like this other photograph as well. Orange light, yellow light. Yeah, more aggressive. And then as for the shadows, I guess it just means that it has to be... But what if we don't touch the shadows? What if we just make the skin a more orangey? Orangey. That is not orange. Kind of interesting too, no? Wow, everything is interesting. Is it interesting good? Is it good interesting? Interesting doesn't really count for too much sometimes. Is it doing anything? Yeah, more orange, more blue. Can I make the background more blue? Our background doesn't have anything either. The original had clouds and birds. I think we should put some of those in. Otherwise, it's very boring. Very boring. Oh, the sky exploded. Oops, misclick. Yeah, let's not touch the hue, I think. Hue's kind of fine. Oh, this is interesting, actually. I'm making it darker. It's actually not too... The original is very bright and blue, and it's got like that nice vibrant set of colors. This actually has its own sort of vibes to it, does it not? Because now the skin contrasts even more. Oh, this is a bit ridiculous. This is a bit too much, but 10 points down. So this is 10 points down. This is a bit closer to original. It would fit it a little bit better because the orange, in order for it to be this orange, it kind of needs to be a little bit lower in value. And there's also the light, right? So what we're saying is the light is a bit lower in value. Everything else being a little bit darker seems to make more sense, so the light can stand out more. Makes sense. Oh. So the original is what? What is the way that they're making the focal stand out? Like the values maybe are kind of similar? No, I'm gonna eat my words. The original kind of stands out because of the difference in hue. I'm sure the value has some difference too. Let me check. So the value... are decently close at like 10-15 points. Also, they're all really bright, huh? I guess that makes sense. Everything is being like in the top 60 basically. Over here it's like 80. 80 is gone. So it's about 80 over here. And then everything else is like 98. So it is both value and both hue. Both value and hue. The lighting kind of has gifted. The lighting itself is the brightest part, right? I get the feeling like this is a little bit off. Like this is 99. You guys can't see this slider, but wait, can you guys see the slider? This is on top of everything, I think. Yeah, it is. 99 is like this, 100 is like this. So everybody is at 99. I think there's some weird math nonsense going on with the bounds, like at the very limit here. Because the other one was having issues too, but... Right, because theirs is done differently. Well, I mean, if that's the case, sorry, what color is this then? It's up here, huh? I guess we're not really that far off for our skin. If I want to just keep the same setup here, it would have to be pretty bright. Right, unless our subsurface scattering is like super saturated and dark enough for it to work. Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, that's a misclick. Well, I mean, it's just a decision to be made. I think either one can kind of work. Let's get some other stuff in the background first, maybe. Where's the brush that I made for clouds? This one? No? This one. It's very aggressive. I think it's just because of the... Right, oh, but this brush is directionality. How would I do this? So it will only work if I turn it like this, maybe? Yeah, I have to turn my canvas. Have you been listening to this for like 2 hours? I looks very messy. I'll be honest, I literally cannot see the difference on my tablet. I'm looking at my other monitor, which has the navigator on. I'm painting like one of those other traditional tablets. Not traditional, but like the ones without the display. I cannot see. Oh man. I would not be surprised if by Monday I would be like, oh hey guys, I bought a new tablet. God damn. If I can just ask Potg what she uses, and I'm just gonna get the same thing, I guess. I only got Clip Studio Paint because everyone was like using Clip Studio Paint. Like everyone that I found online that was making speed paints and like drawing tutorials and whatnot. I was like, if I use the same thing, I cannot claim that it's the software that is the problem. I have to, like, there's no excuses to be made anymore. That's why I got it. So now it's like, hey, this professional artist is using. Yes, I'm gonna use it. Yes, I'm doing. もう変わらないやんで。Why is it so dark, actually? Oh, because I went dark. Wait, what? Wait, what color is this? Am I crazy? Why is this behaving so weird? So I can make it darker. I can make it more saturated. Oh, it's not... Okay, saturation slider doesn't work because it doesn't have any to start with. This is pure white. Okay, that's why it doesn't work. Because this current setup is... I'm trying to change light source color, right? Or am I? Or am I? Yeah, in before she uses like a giant-ass 27-inch freaking thing with like an arm that's like that you have to drill into your table. I mean, all I did was make her skin more orange. I don't have to necessarily change everything else. Because what I'm saying is just the skin is like more orangey rather than more whitey. Right? And then of course the opposite, the other way of doing so would be the lower set and up this. That also works. Does it work? Not really. I don't know. Now it looks kind of dark now. God damn it. Like, I have no doubt that one day we'll get really good at this. Right? Just like how I'm okay with my lines now. But like, oh my god, this is like the Wild West back in the day when I was drawing faces. Where like every possible combination kind of works. But it's only because I'm really like too like screwed in the head. Like I really can't tell anymore. And then the next day I come back with like half the options, like 90% of the options doesn't even make any sense. kind of feels like that right now. But the problem is that I kind of have to decide on what it is first before we can start rendering, because I'm going to start painting. Changing colors afterwards would be kind of a pain in the ass. Not impossible, but I mean, if at that stage would you even want to change, then you would just call it a day and then move on, I'll say. We're also lacking a lot of depth in the colors. Kind of boring as colors. There's not enough, like this shadow in the hair here. It's got blue, it's got the more yellowy stuff. It's got some desaturated grays. It's also got some reds in there. It's got like a good range of stuff happening. Ours don't really have that yet. I'll try to add some more colors. Somehow. Into the hair, huh? But it's what if I made it just a little bit more orange here? Is it me or is it? No, it's not. Just me, huh? Raise, but then that would be this guy's jurisdiction, so I guess it's a you problem. I have one in here. That should be an overall application at the very end. In the meantime, around here, I want to bring it up. Red. Two red. Two red. Right, that's what he said. Oh, maybe. Maybe it just needs to be a bit brighter. Darker stuff is kind of blue, but then not for the back. They're pulling out the... We can do the same. Same layer here. I might mess up my stuff a little bit, but I think we can handle it. What a deliberate choice. Do I want that though? That's brighter than it. it's still desynced. Right, we haven't synced it up yet. Yeah, it's already kind of dark enough, but it's... How about we keep this? My issue with this, I want the blue here. My issue with this, it doesn't make any sense with this amount of bounce light going around this area. But it just means that I need to work on the... I just need to deset some parts of it, I think. Can keep some that's upward facing, assuming it's got enough space from the away from the skin here, I think. These will happen at the end. These, wow, this is too much right now, but something similar, right? Pretty aggressive. Maybe just like, yeah, half of it would do. Oh, we're still missing something. Still missing a lot. I mean, it's the same thing then. I think that's about it, I think. Like, I don't know what else I can do here. I don't really know what the issue of the color is. It doesn't pop as much. We are lacking some saturation on the darker colors, I imagine. We're not grouping it together enough, I think. But to put it in right now, I can't seem to be able to put it in properly. Maybe if I did some kind of a gradient map or like something funky at the end. Surely stuff like correction layers, you know, like we can take all the shadows, make it more blue. Oh, alright, okay, that's a little bit too aggressive. Wait, is this better? Hang on a second. It's got more blue on everything, right? So it groups everything. This grouped everything together. Alright, okay, wait, hang on. Wait a second. What if I go up to the highlight and I just add more reds? Okay, this is not good. I only want it on like the skin part. What does that mean? Well, what tool can I use here? I can paint it in. Bone curve? Red? Bring up the top? Keep this the same? Okay, it's a little bit more interesting. Okay, it's insane, by the way, on my normal monitor. This is crazy amount of... Sorry, what makes orange again? Red, yellow, so it's a little bit more green then? Okay. No. Now it's a whole different kind of mood. Maybe it's easier just for me to paint it in, honestly. Something's here. Let me see. There's something here, but I don't know what yet. Also, I just realized I didn't really put any gradient on the skin yet. That might be what we're missing here as well. So I'm gonna do that first because it's lower in the level chain here. I should really commit to my layering structure a little bit more because it's just very, very cumbersome, but it's very flexible. And if I just commit to this and make sure there's always a folder here, which I don't know if you guys can even see, but then I wouldn't have forgotten about the gradient in the first place, but I digress. Let's see what color this is first. Maybe not that much difference. How much problem is this gonna cost when I actually start painting? Well, not really anymore, right? Because otherwise I wouldn't even have anything to paint with. Oh, okay. I suppose it's not gonna be that bad. I hope. Oh, I hope. These two are kind of too separated. This is insane, so I would like for this to just be brighter. Yeah, and then if I put on this filter thingy at the end. more blue everywhere else except the skin, and then we get a contrast. Is that what I want? I guess. We can have some more like colors in the hair if we put a Terminator in. But just have a more aggressive gradient in the light. Let me see. This guy, right? Yeah. If this part was more aggressive. Very, very aggressive. Actually, that's another interesting question. Is that how often does she sort of ignore, you know, actual physics? Because like art is about just delivering the emotion and making it look nice. Sometimes like physics kind of get in the way. You just want to group stuff together, right? I'm sure there's a lot of cases where she would have to ignore, that she would choose to ignore physics and reality and just make things look nicer by grouping certain things or changing certain things. So that question is kind of moot. I think it's always a given. But it might be interesting if there's like a cases where it always happens, maybe like where she has to do it more often rather than not. So this is actually wait, hang on. Sorry, I don't have a color section here. Why don't I have a color section here? I guess it's more of a process thing, but so how they choose colors in general, right? And how do you often do ignore physics to and use colors that are just more suitable for the emotion? Control S autopilot. Yeah, I'm not sure about making the hair more colorful here, but I don't know what color I would like to have. It's the main problem here. We could do it, I just don't know what to do it with. So this brings us our orange. If I just take out this part as well. Even more aggressive here, and then we can have, of course, more stuff on top. This would not fly. Let's see what we can use this for. Lythan's pretty good. Lythan keeps a little bit more of the original color, like the actual saturation and hue. Or does it? Actually, they kind of both do it, but differently, I think. Against screen, it is. Sometimes actually, like, just not using any layer effect is the best, I feel. Lighter color. Instead of having, like, a layer effect, you would just literally take the color you want and just kind of make everything come together a little bit more. Preferably something a little bit more saturated, I think. Very aggressive. It's even just like that, I think. But yeah, lowers contrast. What's the thing just now with the brightness? Right, because it forces brightness together. It's kind of the effect that I like, I think. I think this is the kind of effect that I like. But it's just not done this way, but done with actual a little bit more color, I think. Yeah, that's kind of insane. I do it here. But there's nothing to set that up again. Yeah, they're all kind of already the same thing anyways. If I'm okay with this, I can just start painting. It looks a little lacking. But I think those steps are posed though. Are they not posed? They will bleed out the existing shape, so they have to be posed. It means the only way that we can make this even more so at this stage would be to once again tweak this. Five. It's just so ridiculously orange compared to everything else. Yeah, and the rendering is gonna be a tricky thing to handle. So. Right, the size should maybe not be done with this. To keep it like that, size be better if I just take it out somehow. I think it might be the limit. I don't really know what else to do. It's not 100%. I don't know where the 100% is either of what I want. So I think we just I think we can go with the set of colors. If that's the case. Like I mean compositionally that's probably in ones, like one maybe a few more things in the background. It looks really empty. It's nice that it is, but it's also a little bit too empty. Clouds and birds. I think that's about it. Actually, like one of those really eye-catching giant-ass clouds might not be that bad. That would be a good shape for it though, right? I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Think about this. Let's see if I have anything I can find here. I do have a composition tag here. Although these are maybe not quite relevant. These are meant for stuff where, well, supposedly meant for stuff where the way things laid out is like really good for storytelling. Some of it is used for that purpose, some of the ones maybe not so much. Big clouds, right? Big clouds. So what's the issue with the clouds is that it's white, I guess. It would take away that blue contrast. Also, I feel like they're not quite blue enough. Oh no, it's because I was trying to tag the original. I was trying to go to the original. Oh, sky is also really boring. I just realized. Maybe it needs a little bit more green. Is this flat gradient? Yeah, it's kind of just flat right now. In between, somewhere here, maybe I'd like to see a little bit more green, perhaps. Add a bit more vibrance to it. And then this target can be a little bit dark. Oh, my clouds are painted on top. Oh. Fancy. A little bit more. Well, at a glance, that's basically all the cloud stuff, I guess. I have something better for this? No, I don't think so. Oh, you know what would be nice? Is some kind of cloud structure that suggests really strong winds. Like those really wispy ones. How would they even look in this angle? Oh. This brush works quite well as long as it's not really closed up kind of cloud. And then we supplement it with a little bit more junk from other stuff. This is too straight. Surely we have some. Right, but this is meant to be really, really solid. this blending? Was this ever blended? What? Oh no, it's just not the right color. Isn't there another brush that does? Oh. This one is another one. Hope the music's not tearing up. Haven't had that happen in a while, at least not that I know of. Yeah, that's kind of crap. Just a little bit too much reliance on the original brush shape. I don't really like. I like the shape, I just don't like the reliance. I just want to tear it up a little bit, but none of these shapes I really like. But just like all the other things, this is primarily a color practice. Actually, we're supposed to be doing compromisation practice, which I guess we still are, because I'm learning to accept that these kind of suck, but that's kind of it. It doesn't necessarily suck in that it expresses the idea decently well, I would say, because it is just a cloud template brush, and then we're adding more noise on top of that that conforms to the original shape, so it doesn't really break anything. It looks fine. But the part that I don't like is that we're just kind of using the brush, right? We're not really necessarily 100% trying to get it to do what we want. We're kind of more like just along for the ride. And maybe this is what I want at the very end anyways, because I'm not sure about it right now. I am a bit on the fence about the sort of result, even if it is effective, doing what it needs to. I don't know if I like that. It's kind of interesting though, to have like a really clear brushstroke there. We can all see that as a very clear brushstroke, but it's not really that detrimental to the whole vibe of everything. Especially if the values are kind of controlled, it's actually kind of okay. Like just a little bit of scratches here and there. That might be a bit on the nose. But then we can always just knock it out. Oh, maybe not that. Oh. Okay. Ocean's interesting. Ocean color. Yeah, I have no idea. I think the horizon should probably be a little bit more faded than this. Let's go off of what I think makes sense. Okay. I guess this is already kind of. Well, actually, let's be lazy. I'm gonna be a little bit more. How would this look actually? Yeah, that's kind of bad. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know. Ocean. How about yeah, the way. Yeah, I don't know how far this ocean is actually. I don't know what scale these waves are supposed to be. So I guess I'm keeping this jagged edge. That looks really bad. I think I might as well have nothing. Like, not have nothing, but just have like a flat color. Because everything else is pretty controlled so far. Even showing a little bit like that, I wouldn't really like, just because the shapes doesn't really do much for us. Having a solid block with some gradients, probably better than not. Although, does it look like ocean though if that's the case? What if we just don't have it? It's not too bad actually not having it. Might as well not have it then. Come on. Just not have it then. Hello, SZs1. Welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's kind of blue. It's too blue still, too blue. Just a little bit of blue, and then I rely on this afterwards. I need to color the lines real quick. Wasn't purposefully planned, but it ended up being like one part having its own layers for lines, which is I guess convenient. Oh, yeah, that's fine. 100%. Oh, cut the layer. What? Stop. Oh my god. So we did see like what was it, the daily today? What's the name again? I forgot what the name of the artist was, but there was a lot of colored stuff in the... A lot of colored lines, but there's a good balance with the thing. With black ones. I guess it's not in here. Ah, crap. Dang it. Oh, wait, wasn't it VU? Actually, it's in the chat. I could just look at the chat. A VI hate you. This is my own website. Well, it's not really a website, it's just a tool that I use to document my own nonsense. It was just this, right? So the blue... they have more lines. I think they have thicker lines, so the lines have a greater effect here. Wow, this render is so clean. Look at that. I'm so distracted. Wait, isn't this artist? No, I didn't follow them. So it's comparing the rendering for the belly button. This one is vertical, this one is horizontal. The recommendations are so good now. It used to be half of them used to be memes for me. But okay, I want the I want to see if we can do something like that. We have to selectively add in some really saturated colors. But what color is good though is the thing. Currently it's kind of balanced. What color would help us here? What do we want? What do I want? What do I want? Oh my god. A good chance to add more color, but then it's not really like we really need more. I'm not convinced this is better. I feel like maybe leaving it on black. With the exception of the skin, everything else can be black, and then we can just gradient our way later on. More colors. Large. Problem with this layer here is it includes the bikini here, so it is. Let's just keep this black, maybe. little bit pink. What color am I actually looking at, actually? The navigator looks fine. Okay, this one is just a little bit more. The frame needs to match. Lock it. Oh wait, probably not everything. What did I? Okay. Maybe the shadow parts should be a little bit darker, or they should be purple. Ah, good enough. Oh shit, where am I? I still think the colors are very lacking. But we're just not wearing enough clothes though. Like, I don't know if there's anything we can do about that. We just don't have enough variety of colors to compare. Important question is, this is stand, but so I think it's fine, right? I think it's fine, right? Because once this goes in, I think we're okay. Because it groups the values enough. Oops. And make it feel more cohesive like this. Can I make it more? Yeah. Well, this is... You definitely cannot go this way. I think more saturation can be okay. But we cannot get it any darker. You're kind of okay-ish. Nothing too particular, I think. This is all assuming like the rendering is not going to mess up the balance that we have here. Things tend to get a little bit haywire, I think. It's not very consistent. This is everything, huh? I want it just on character. Just you. Sorry, this is color. Oh, this is color. And then this, I need a line sequence here. Screen. What is this? Empty layer. This is the character line. Line. This is here. This needs to be... What color is even on this layer, actually? Does it? Oh, it probably doesn't have any saturation at all. Trying to see if there's anything else I can do to the stuff here. Exclusion. It almost feels like some kind of a visual novel one scene right now. Like, put in some words, put like a text box somewhere. Heart light. Interesting. I don't know what I'm trying to do, by the way. I just feel like I want something a little bit more for the bottom. But now that I'm looking at this, I feel like maybe what I wanted is a separation between the character and the wings, which are coming forwards, right? So there's two... There's like, the distance is different to the viewer. So maybe I wanted something there? Oh, I also really like the difference layers and the exclusion layers, which is kind of fun to use. Do I want it like this? We need a bit more of a precise control here. I need to grab this. I also do realize a lot of this is like more post-processing stuff. Whereas if we really want to render this out, we're still not even, like, we haven't started rendering yet. I just want to get the colors correct before I do commit. If we were to commit, I mean to rendering, that is. What am I trying? Just gonna grab this. Wrong layer. Normal layer, please. Oh, okay. Okay, how about you guys go into another layer, another group here, and I can lock you guys on here. This will only apply to the character, okay? Difference. Wow, it just inverts the colors, huh? I think. Exclusion. This is interesting. Oh, it's pin light. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. A good amount of art, I imagine, is experimentation. And sometimes I can't help but feel like it's a waste of time. I don't know what I'm doing. By the way, that encompasses everything, right? Okay, so I could technically... Ah, shit, I don't know what color it is. What color is it? What do we call it? Normal. Don't know. Something could be done here, I'm sure. We're definitely not doing this, by the way. So what? Separation at its core is just what? Making one side brighter or darker, or grouping the values together in some way. Well, it's the same thing, I guess. Making it brighter and darker is just grouping it. Right, so that's what separation is, right? You're just grouping it into two distinct groups. Either by affecting one group or both groups with some kind of a layer effect that will make them brighter together, darker together, inverted together, different hue together. Okay, I mean, logically, that makes sense. What about you? Oh, this is kind of interesting too, actually. It's like a beam of light hitting her direction. We're so far off from the original, by the way. Completely lost it. What is this difference? This comp doesn't justify it. I think this setup doesn't really make a lot of sense. I really like this effect of difference and occlusion. It just groups everything together in like this weird way, which I cannot describe. But if you have like a more sort of complicated comp, a more graphical, more designy kind of vibe, then these two layers I imagine would be these two layer effects would be very fun to play with. But anyways, I guess that's it then. I guess I don't know what else we can do. It feels lacking, but maybe it's just because I'm not wearing enough clothes. Maybe that's just that. We gotta learn what to do with the wings for sure. It's always gonna be there. There's a bit of chromatic aberration on this as well. Okay, I can see. So it's just applied on top with a clipping mask, only allowing on the very extreme edges, everything else in the middle. A good part of it is not being affected. It's also consistent on the entire background, but only on the birds. It's not on the clouds. Or is it? Wait, where are the clouds? Yeah, it's not on the clouds. Okay, interesting. So background layer is entirely separate, right? So the seagulls are on their own layer, the characters are on their own layer. Chromatic aberration only on the characters. So these particles that I never noticed before. Oh yeah, we don't have any noise here yet on our own canvas. Might be why it's also feeling a little bit smooth, I guess. The emptiness is also a little bit smoothness, I guess. Let's just put it over everything for now. I remember a time where I only put it on everything except for the skin, for any exposed skin. I think this did that for a little bit. Where's my render? Sharpen render. Bump it up. I mean, it's just noise, I guess. There's nothing too special about this. Isn't there something more that I could do? RGB noise is kind of a pain to set up, but we could try that. I should just save a version of the RGB noise in the layer mode stuff. Does this work actually? I can't remember. Oh, we haven't set up the RGB yet. This would do it. Is it better? I don't know. Sure, I guess. Congrats. Congratulations. Yeah, I don't know. Anything can work right now. Nothing too special. Whereas my final this guy here, right? Yeah, it looks better on the other monitor, not on my tablet. Yeah, this looks fine on the over here. Okay. I don't think this looks good. This might work if the shadows were darker on her. It can make it even more dramatic, right? Like with a stronger lighting, it feels like stronger, more dynamic light, and then there's more bloom as a result on the camera. You can turn up that sort of glowy effect. Okay, this is good. Yeah, so this composition tag here, composition design tag is meant for pieces that are very good at laying stuff out. So with text, or other sort of design, like even if it's without text, right? Stuff like this, where the composition isn't really about storytelling, it's more about just design and making things look lively. That's what this tag is for. So this separates out the composition design tags. Sorry, the good design-ish compositions versus the good storytelling-ish compositions. Supposedly, anyways, if I did it correctly. By that I mean if I, you know, done it manually correctly. I'm just looking to see if I can. I guess we just need to put birds in the back, huh? Burp. Yeah, this color is so good. Mint's color is so good. He's just very aggressively grouped together. I guess, but that's what it means, right? To be monochromatic. I find it really hard to commit to something like this. Unless I see a reference like this and I'm like, yeah, okay, makes sense. But otherwise, like, pulling it together like that. Yeah, our clouds are kind of also very bright, but it's part of the setup, right? In this case. Yeah, nothing really comes to mind. I wonder if there's like a rule for this kind of layout. Like, well, how would you objectively place them in a way that is good? Place them in a way that's objectively good. God damn it. Music and this. Reference? Okay. You think people like study birds and especially seagulls? They're like, oh shit, all these artists, they don't know what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense. These birds would never behave like this. And then instantly ruined. They're going to a movie and like watching something and being like, yeah, that's like a giant ass plot hole right there in my face. Now what? Characters don't make no sense. I should also draw them in like all sorts of orientation, but then would it be too disorienting? Just because of this camera angle? Actually, what does this mean? This is like third point, but we're bottom looking up, right? So we should be seeing birds kind of like bottom view, no? Then? Well, what would that look like? Okay, so this is probably a personal thing. Like the original, right? The way the camera is set up, the way the comp is set up, the birds are kind of flying in a particular direction, right? It's like they're kind of moving together with the characters. And there's a certain flow to that. The way that we set up ours is that we have this circle sort of composition because we're looking right up at the very top of the sky, right above us, which doesn't make a lot of sense that the character is kind of viewed in this angle, but it doesn't matter. If we ignore that for a second, the birds kind of like are like circling her, and it seems very ominous. But having like a very clear direction also clears kind of. But like seagulls kind of just does that, don't they? They just kind of like goes around in circles on the beaches looking for food, and so shitting on everyone. It's just how it is, I guess. I don't have any better idea, so I'll probably just go with it anyways. But it's looking very ominous. Layout wise, I mean, it's about it. I don't think they'll be flying very high in particular either. Yeah, okay, white on white. Congrats, I cannot see shit. Everything else we just kind of follow this, I guess. I do have to take out the noise. Where is it? Here. Oh, these do need a little bit more attention to the render. probably don't have the patience for this right now. It just kind of sets up the thing. I think it's fine. It's like really high up though. That would be... Uh, Do I want that there? Oh man. Do I? Great. Open skies might be nicer. Having it there kind of really cements the idea that we're bottom looking up kind of thing, but I still don't really know if that's what I want. I just thought maybe it would be interesting to have something there, but I think it's not. Let's not have anything there. And that's pretty much it, I think, for now. Any further will require basically the tedious process of rendering, which I don't have the energy for at this point in time. Colors are acceptable, but that's about it. Don't feel anything from it. Not like the reference. Dang, dude. That is good imagination. The wings always get big. They're not this big. They're not even close to this big. They're like tiny. I think they're meant to be... They're like those chicken wings that you get that you don't really... That it's just like all skin. All skin and bones and no meat. It's tiny, tiny wings. Ugh. Well, not to that extent, I would say. I was actually a little bit conflicted because when I was drawing this version of her, I was wondering if the leg should be skinnier. She's not really thick right now by any means, I don't think. Like not compared to the I guess what people like out there. But even then, I think by design she's meant to be skinnier than this. But then I thought about it. No, actually no. By design she's not meant to be. Never mind. I think by design that would be That would be Rhea, perhaps. But if Rhea were to be grown up at this age, I don't think she would be that skinny anymore either. Hmm. Oh man, rendering. I hate rendering. Look at all the work they have to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, we're kind of done for tonight. I'm just kind of dragging on for no reason. Tomorrow I'm just going to prep my shit, and then I'll see you guys on Monday with hopefully a very understandable presentation on the one-on-one that will happen in less than 24 hours actually. Should probably go. Did I eat dinner today? I did, yes. Okay. Yeah. There's only one more thing I think I can add to this current canvas, by the way, which would be some kind of a design thing. Some kind of text or like framing or like something funky that isn't really a part of the world. It's just like text or like lines or like whatnot. Yeah, I'll turn it into like a poster or something. Oof. Or these half tones, but oh my god, this foot looks broken. I think you can fix it by just turning the socks like up. Because this angle, I don't think, can you do this angle with your leg pointing down? Yeah, that's a lot of twists. If we just imply like the legs are pointing upwards a little bit, I think it would be better. But anyways, thank you for coming. Thank you guys for coming. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good night. I see, I see. Actually that's pretty cool. I guess for us it would be for her tail and her wings actually. We can turn it and just kind of scale it and put it into any shape and pose. But it's not as freeform, I guess, as a literal ghost. We do have to follow anatomy and bones. But yes. Thank you, Davaris. Have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys on Monday. Goodbye.